Yes.
Testing one, two.
I think please have a roll call?
Board Member Dina Flores,
Present.
Board Member Dolores Rivera,
Here.
Board Member Aaron Cimental,
Here.
Board Member Patrice Tanzioni,
Present.
Board Member Armando Barajas,
Present.
Superintendent Dr. Alejandro Alvarez,
Present.
Dr. Medina Canart,
Present.
Marisela Barba,
Present.
Tomiko Lasco. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexandra. May I get a motion to approve the agenda of the regular board meeting of June 13th, 2023? Motion by Board Member Scansani. Can I get a second? Second by Board Member Rivera. Can I have a roll call?
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Okay. Open session. Tamika, would you please lead us in the pledge of allegiance? No, you won't.
I'm ready. Is your right hand over your heart? You ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Tamika. We don't have our student board members represented here. So I will go on to the staff presentation recognition. First off, we have the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee Annual Report for the 21-22 progress.
Thank you, Board President, if I may. We have before you our Bond Oversight Committee Chair, Mr. Fletcher Johnston. I'd like him to come up and present to the board the 2020-21 audit fiscal year annual report for the Bond Oversight Committee for Measure V bond, as well as included in there is the 21-22 fiscal year expenditure and progress report. I will say that, Fletcher, sorry. I will say that the district has been working very closely with the Bond Oversight Committee, trying to answer all their questions, providing them all the documentation they're requesting. We've come a long way, and I appreciate the entire committee's dedication to coming to the meetings and asking the questions and really holding the district accountable. Mr. Johnson.
Yes, good evening, everybody. My name is Fletcher Johnson. I am the chair of the Bassett Unified School District Measure V Citizens Bond Oversight Committee. Tonight, I am pleased to present to the Board of Education and Bassett community on behalf of the CBOC, the 2020-2021 audit fiscal year annual report and the 2021-22 fiscal year expenditures and program report for the Measure V CBOC. The committee has seen progress and wishes to thank the Board of Education and district staff and the district staffers. As a staff, to continue support of the committee and the oversight of the bond. The committee hopes that Measure V project continues to progress and are completed on time and within budget. The committee hopes that next year annual reports will continue to report on the progress of the bond program and that the bond program will continue to bring pride to the district and community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. We appreciate that. I appreciate working with you and all the other Bond Oversight Committee members.
So I appreciate the transparency.
Are there any questions? Can I get a motion to receive and accept the Bond Oversight Annual Report of 21-22?
Second.
Board Member Cimental. Roll call vote?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you so much, Mr. Johnson. Moving along, item number 2, 23-24 Bassett Unified District LCAP presentation.
Thank you, Board President Flores, members of the board. I'd like to ask Dr. Kennard to please come up here and present the proposed 2023-2024 district LCAP. The LCAP stands for Local Control Accountability Plan, as outlined by the Education Code. It's the new funding. It ties into the new funding formula and local control funding formula. And the plan is supposed to outline the goals, objectives, the actions that are tied to funding expenditures, specifically really tied to supplemental concentration and how those dollars are used. But within the plan itself, you'll find some base expenditures as well as we go through the process. And just as a point of reference, this LCAP has evolved since, I think we were talking about 9 years now, since the LCFF, the local control funding formula, was implemented by the state on the new way school districts are funded. And this LCAP, part of it was to provide a lot more local control to the school districts, working with their community, the staff, students, on how the funds should be prioritized based on the priorities of the state, how the 8 priorities they've established, and then school districts within their developing their goals and action plans. The plan has evolved over the last 9 years. It was not too complicated of a plan initially, and I would say there wasn't as much oversight by the state and the county. But as the years have gone, there have been additional layers of accountability and oversight, specifically in the area of the County Office of Education. So for us, it would be LACO. So they have more of an active role in reviewing our plan, making sure it's tied to what the state's requirements are, making sure we're making progress, and making adjustments based on any changes by the legislators and new laws under Ed Code on how the LCAP is supposed to be drafted, put together, implemented, and monitored. So with that, Dr. Kennard, I'd like to turn it over to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Board President, board members, Superintendent, and the Bassett community. Thank you for allowing me to present some additional information. Thank you, Dr. Alvarez, for that introduction of the LCAP. We'll get right started with the PowerPoint for this evening. The objectives for tonight, we'll talk a little bit about the LCAP basics, the components of the LCAP, how we involve our educational partners, and the LCAP's goals and actions. So a little bit about the LCAP basics. The LCAP, an overview of the LCAP is that it's a 3-year plan that describes the goals, the actions and services, and the expenditures to support positive student outcomes and address the 8 state and local priorities. So I want to get, so that is what it is. As an overview, it is a 3-year plan. This slide shows the 8 state priorities that the state has identified. All of these state priorities have indicators to see if we are measuring to the level that we need to be measuring. And so the performance data that we see here based on these priorities is a part of what was reported on the dashboard. So the state indicators are indicators that is for data that is collected consistently across the district. So for example, our SBAC, our LPAC, those are state indicators of chronic absenteeism. That information is what is identified as a state indicator, all based on the 8 priorities. And then the local indicators are based on our local surveys and that type of thing. And so that's where we get the local indicators and performance, all of which is reported on the dashboard. This slide here is kind of a combination. You'll see the priority area in the first column, and then the next 2 columns, it identifies whether it's a state indicator or a local indicator. And the last column identifies where it is in the LCAP. So within our LCAP, we have identified where those state priorities are, goal A, goal B, goal C, and which actions of each of those goals is where the priority is. The goals for our LCAP, Goal A, all students will learn at high levels. We've seen this before. This is a 3-year plan. The goals have not changed for this year. This is the 3rd year of the 3-year plan. So Goal B, Bassett Unified School District will be safe and student-centered for all. And Goal C, students will graduate college and career ready. Those are the 3 goals of our LCAP. Going on to the components of the LCAP. There's the budget overview for parents, and then there's the actual LCAP. So the budget overview for parents is a document that shows the budget, and it is parent-friendly. So the second portion of the LCAP is the LCAP itself, and there's the goals and actions, how we engage our educational partners, and we quite an extensive section on increased or improved services. And you'll see there in the small print, it's increase and improved services for our low income, our English learners, and our foster youth. These are our what we call unduplicated pupils. So these are the students that focus our LCAP supplemental and concentration funds focus on. Our educational partners. We here at Bassett, we do pretty extensive work with our educational partners. And you can see the top 2 boxes talk about the partner meetings that we hold. Certificated classified staff, bargaining unit leaders, both BTA and CSEA, ourselves a director, and we have meetings with our administrators. We also have meetings with our parent advisory committee, our DLAC group, parent and community members, and then student meetings will begin in 23-24. This year, the way students are involved, you can see on the bottom squares, there's the LCAP surveys. We have a teacher survey, classified staff separate survey, parent and community survey, and a student survey. It was very well, students participated in the student survey. It's part of the LCAP. I want to say close to about 500 or 600 students participated in that survey. So the LCAP Roadshows is an additional piece that we go out to each of the sites and work with our principals, and they present the LCAP, and it's an engaging meeting where we talk to the parents about what the LCAP is and what it provides, and we take information from them and their feedback and what they want to see in the LCAP. This is a list of all the meetings that we've had throughout the year. We start pretty early in about November, all the way through till late March. And so these are all the different meetings that we've had with all of our different educational partners. So once we have all of this data, once we've met with our parents and we have this state data, we have this parent survey data, the student surveys, the teachers, how does that impact the LCAP? So what we've done here in the next few slides is talk about just a couple of items that have the LCAP is different because of the input we received. So for this particular slide, this is what parents have said to us. They would like to see an increased understanding of the A through G requirements. Goal C will continue to support parent college information nights both in the fall and the spring to increase the parent and student understanding of the A through G requirements and the college and career dashboard indicator. The second item that parents reported to us was the increased opportunities for students to get extra help when needed. So Goal A provides for additional interventions, teacher hourly and secondary TOSAs, additional staff instructional aides, and or support providers. The next slide talks about how students inform the LCAP, and the last slide that I'll share in a minute will be how teachers impacted or staff. So students communicated to us through the survey that they would like an increase meaningful participation and engagement. Goal A talks about Bassett will provide teacher professional development on engagement strategies to ensure meaningful participation. Our students also said to us that they would like to continue to provide SEL tiered system of support to address chronic sadness. So Goal B, continue to provide second step and Brightly programs and contract with additional SEL providers. And teachers communicated to us that an increased percentage of expert advanced teachers in strategies to involve students teaching each other, immediate use of their learning, and on instructional strategies to involve students in meaningful discussions. So it was interesting that both teachers mentioned this meaningful discussion, collaboration, and students also mentioned it in their surveys. So goal A provides for professional development in these two areas. And then classified staff surveys said to us classrooms should have instructional aides. And goal A and B provide for 29 instructional assistants to continue to support students in the classrooms. Yes, sorry, thank you. The LCAP's goals and actions. The next 3 slides is just a quick reference to what the LCAP goal is. This is goal A, all students will learn at high levels. And then you can see down the first column, there's 10 actions in this goal. Goal B and goal C don't have as many, but goal A does have 10 actions. And you can see that they are increased student achievement, math interventions, enriched opportunities, some about English learners, and there's technology or library media, text, increased academic support. And so there's a list of the 10 actions that are part of goal A. Goal B has the 5 actions. This year there's a new action in goal B. And so Bassett will be safe and student-centered for all. This particular goal deals with increased attendance and reduced chronic absenteeism, social emotional well-being, the wellness program, increased well-being support, and the 5th one is a new action for us this year, and that's parent engagement. And then lastly, goal C, students will graduate college and career ready. There are 3 actions in this goal: college and career enrichment, CTE pathways, and college and career and language development. So particular action for additional opportunities for our English learners to have that opportunity to go to college and career development. That's the information that I have for you tonight. Thank you so much. And I'm going to
Does anyone have any questions?
I have a question. Just, I know what an immense undertaking this is. I want to thank you and your team for giving us a very clear, very concise, very focused report on this. And it gives us direction on where we're going to be spending our monies. I can't tell you how much I appreciate this because I know how big a job it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, your team.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Dr. Knapp. Could you elaborate a bit more on the budget overview for parents component? That's something I found a little interesting.
I can tell you, this is part of what our business department helps us with, but I can give you some information that I have. I do know that it's an overview of the whole entire company's budget. And this, or if you can add to it, I appreciate it, but it shows an overview so that parents understand the income or the dollars that are coming in and total amount that's being spent out.
Sorry for my interrupt, Board Member Singh. Actually, you go, if anyone wants to go to the notice of public hearing under number 1, the LCFF budget overview for parents, it's called the BOP. It's just a condensed version of all the money and dollar amounts allocations you find within the LCAP. It's a 3-page document that's really designed for parents to kind of get a more of a summary of the money that's coming in, how it's been allocated. And so, yeah, it's just a condensed LCAP, just specifically on the budget, 3 pages.
That's good. I just, that answer was fine. I don't need to break down the money. I just want to understand, okay, that's a consolidation of the expenditures. I do appreciate on the educational partner meetings to engage the students more. I did see that they were included in the survey. I think that's great. In terms of starting with the student meetings for next school year, is there an idea on which grades you're going to solicit feedback from already?
Currently we have the California Healthy Kids Survey, and I believe that's 5, 7, 9.
5, 7, 9, 11.
And 11. So I'm thinking the upper, and we would probably have a discussion about it, but just off the top of my head, I can give you the upper primary grades, so like maybe the fourth, fifth grade, and then some middle school, and of course, the high school. It's always fascinating to hear what the students have to say to us. They give us the truth, and it's extremely important because then that will drive our program and our instruction.
Yes.
I do, sorry, just, I have a few more questions, but I think they get more technical, so is it fine if I could reach out to your office, after this, just to get more into the nitty gritty of it?
Yes, please. I
Thank
love
you.
it.
Thank you very much.
Board Member Rivera, on the CTE pathways, we don't have, you put the MESA on the STEM, but you didn't put the business or health academy. Do they get funding from here or?
Yes, so the CTE pathway in and of itself provides for 3 of the pathways. Some of the funding comes from the LCAP for those 3 different pathways. Additionally, there's funding there for the MESA program for next year to expand its rates and for STEM. So there's additional funding in addition to the CTE pathways, there's additional funding for those addition. And the big idea, the big notion here is to have those programs be funneled into the CTE pathways of high school.
Thank you.
Any other questions? So I do have a question. So, students will graduate college and career ready. You know, that is very good passion of mine for students to go to college, or at least have a career path. So what steps are being looked at to ensure we meet this goal? I know you gave a goal C, you gave these 3 things here, but as a district, what can we do working with students? You know, hey, Bobby wants to go to UCLA. Okay, Bobby, this is your goal. This is what we need to do. What steps are being provided for that to see what is the student's wish, where do they wish to go? What is their pathway that they want? Because early on this year, I think we didn't get a percentage when we did the analysis of where we fall within the state. There was no percentage of college.
College increment indicator.
Yeah. So, I'm having pretty good numbers on that. But what steps are being taken for that?
So thank you. It's extremely important that begins in the elementary schools, right? And so we do have the Nova Scotia University, and we do have our new principals are very much involved in that and attending conferences to bring themselves up to that point where college and career and having these, I think it has a lot to do with information, communicating to our students, communicating to our parents. These are the A through G requirements. This is what is necessary to be able to go on to college directly from the high school. These meetings have been very well received by our parents. So having our parents being able to speak that language, having the students be able to understand even in the elementary school that there is a no excuse university plan. This is what after high school comes college. It's just the natural progression. So having these programs at the elementary and monitor, and then going on to middle and high school. But I think as we monitor the progress of our students, because we can have all of those thoughts and hopes and programs, but of course our students need to be meeting the mark academically, right? So we need to monitor closely. We do have some pieces in place with our A through G. Our A through G funding, we have a particular counselor at the high school where the A through G is an A through G counselor and instructional assistant. So from there, having that 4-year college plan at the beginning, when they're entering high school, and then regularly meeting. So I know that we're working with our new administrator and making sure that those kinds of things are happening. Speaking to the children from the beginning about the importance of college and making sure our parents understand too the requirements so that they can help us, we all guide the child together to make sure that they're ready for that. But then really helping the students monitor their progress as they have that 4-year plan beginning as they enter high school and monitoring that plan with them as they go along.
If I just may add to that, correct me if I'm wrong, but the college and career indicators is more than just completing all your A through G requirements for graduation. The key part of that indicator is also couple of things that kids need to do, or students should be doing in high school. One of them is depending on whether or not they're passing the AP exams, as well as are they completing the pathways, the CTE pathways, and then also enrolling and passing the AB2A dual enrollment, early college program courses. So there's different ways to that affect the district's college and career indicator score. It's not just that they complete the APG requirements or are on their path. It's also those other three key areas.
Thank you. I do have others, but then again, board member Smith, I'll reach out to your office.
Okay, thank you.
Regarding any questions.
Thank you.
Madam President, I'd like to ask one final thing. You mentioned monitoring while we're in the program. And we know that children's success only lies in it if it's applicable after they get out of here. We've talked about this over the years, but do we have any kind of plan in place to monitor them to see if they can keep it together that year after, track them, so to speak, a year after, see what the success rate is to see if we're truly embedding these skills?
Yes, there is a process where we have to go in and I believe it's part of the Health Has collection data where our college advisor, college career advisor makes phone calls to each of the students that went on and track their progress. And thank you for mentioning the team. Susan, and I appreciate you mentioning the team. Actually mentioned it before as well. It's a great team and I appreciate all of their input. Thank you.
My last one, not so much a question, but Colby, I'm really happy to see parent engagement on there because I think parents' input is very important into the success of their child's education. So I'm really happy to see that on there. And I do know that we're getting our marquees done. So that's really good. Yes, this is very good. I'm really happy to see that parent engagement in there. Thank you. Thank you. Moving right along, we'll go to 23-24 Bassett Unified School District proposed budget.
Thank you, Board President, members of the board and community. I'd like to ask Ms. Barba, our Chief Business Officer, to come to the front and present the 2023-2024 Bassett Unified School District proposed budgets, what it's comprised of, what assumptions were used. So I'll turn this over to her.
Thank you. Good evening, Board President, board members, Superintendent, parents, and public in general. So, I'm presenting the 23-24 proposed budget report. There are some topics that will be discussed in detail, including the budget cycle. Budget cycle will be in our review, but we're going to talk about some of the changes that happened from the January governor's budget presentation to the May revision. And we're going to talk about also the multi-year budget assumptions and multi-year projections of the general fund. So this is the budget cycle, and so that I want to show to you where we are. If you look at the left-hand side, sorry if the PDF looks not
They got it there.
So as you can see on the left-hand side, the upper side, where it says public hearing, local, LCAP budget report, okay, that's where we are. So the law requires that the school districts present the budget report, the LCAP and the budget report in a public hearing before the budget report is actually approved. So that's why we have two budget presentations in. So then from there, so that's now, from there, we're gonna have the adopted budget. The budget will be presented for adoption for approval on June 27th and on June 30th,
will be submitted to LACOG. And after that, well, we move forward and in December, that is, an interim budget report that is focused interim. Then going forward, and the next, big item that we need to look into is the next, fiscal year budget proposal from the governor, which will be in January 2024. And underneath that, you can raise after the January budget workshop, and we'll have the second interim report. And from there, we're going to look into the remaining revised budget workshop. So that's the whole cycle of the budget process. So here we are, we're gonna take a look at the changes that happened from January to renovation. The most important, and it's not critical, it's not like big, but I'm happy to present that, all the changes are actually good news. The first one is the COLA, which was an increase from 8.13% up to 8.22%. The COLA impacts the mandated block grant because the COLA increase. So from $37.78 per ADA for grades K through 8 went up to $37.81. And for grades 9 to 12, from $72.78 to $72.84. It's not a lot, but it's meaningful, every 8 months. The unemployment insurance rate went down, actually. So the cost for that is from 0.20 proposed in January down to 0.05% in the May revision. And the last one is the CalPERS employee rate that decreased from 27% in January down to 26.68 in the May revision. Okay, we're going to take a look at the multi-year budget assumptions. Some of the major assumptions that were used to build the budget include the enrollment. As you can see, the enrollment projections are at the very top. It's for the fiscal year 2024, and then it shows 24-25 and 25-26. So it's the budget year plus the 2 out years as required by law. So we were having this enrollment, a decline in enrollment. The district continues experiencing decline in enrollment. So we are having somewhat conservative decline in enrollment. So we're hoping for the best. And with that said, the funded ADA is being, so the state is saying now that the district can choose in the current year ADA, prior year ADA, or prior 3-year average, whatever is graded. So for Bassett, the greatest is to use the 3-year average. And those are the numbers that we have from 2068.42 for budget year, 2656.83 for 24-25 projection year, and 21-26 we have 2,476.04 ADA. The good news is the unduplicated pupil count will remain at 91%. We believe that it's going to continue the same as it's been for a number of years. So that's an optimistic and good news. The funding for ADA, you can see it started for next year based, and this is based on LACO's spreadsheet, worksheet calculation. $15,783 for budget year, and then it goes up to $16,444 and ADA. The STRS retirement rate is to be maintained flat according to their proposal. However, because of the step-in column, the cost is going to increase, and the increase is approximately 45, an average of 45,000 per year. The PERS, unfortunately, is going to be increasing. That's what they are announced. And it's going to go up next year, to the budget year for 26.68%. Then 24-25 will go up to 27.7%. And the 25-26 year will go up to 28.3. And you know those percentages, I can see that it is constantly changing. So this may change, I don't know, maybe the beginning of next budget year, or, you know, just to say that it's, I see changing constantly, unfortunately. Then the last row is showing the total LCFF, close to 45,000 for the current year. And next year, even though we have an 8.22 COLA, it's dropping to 43.7 million. It's because of that decline in enrollment. And then the following year is 43 million because of the same reason.
Ms. Barba, I do have a question, sorry. Going back to enrollment, the first line that you have there, that is our actual enrollment?
That's projected.
I'm sorry,
For next year.
projected for next year. It's projected for next year, but then you said we can use the 3 prior year average. But am I reading this wrong? Isn't our prior year average lower than the projected?
The 3-year average is for the attendance, it's for the funding. So not the enrollment. The enrollment will stay as it is, will be accounted as it's for the current year, actually. The enrollment is officially, the enrollment number is taking the CBITS, which is, I think, the first week of October. So that whatever enrollment we have in October, the first week of October, that will be the official count of enrollment for that year. Then we update our projections, but the attendance will be funded based on the 3 prior years.
So I guess if I can, so what the state originally had done would say is before the pandemic said, okay, you can either get funded on your current ADA or the prior year. What ADA is how many kids showed up to school every day on average. So if you had 1,000 kids and as the school year ended out, you actually on average only had 95% of those kids. So that'd be 950 kids. They're only going to fund you at 950 kids, not 1,000. So what the state had in the past had said is, okay, the amount we give you is going to be based on whether either your current year is higher or the prior year. So if your prior year is higher, we'll let you fund the current year on the prior year because you need some time to maybe make adjustments to your expenditure plan and things like that. After the pandemic, well, ADA, there was no prior year good numbers. Attendance rates were really, really, really low, below 90%, in some districts maybe below 80. And then coming back to in-person the first year, attendance rates were still atrocious. And so what they realized is school districts are going to take this big hit on their ADA. So what they said, okay, we're going to take a 3-year average. We're going to take the average, at that time was average before the pandemic, the distance learning, and the first year we came back. And we'll let you use that 3-year average or the current ADA, whichever is higher, to be able to determine how your funding is. And that was a way to kind of soften the blow in the reduction or decrease in revenue for school districts. So now what the state has said is, okay, we're going to give you 3 options. If your current year of ADA is higher than the prior year or higher than the 3-year average, you can use that one, or you can choose any one of the 3, whichever is higher. So you may have a year where your enrollment is less than your ADA being funded because you might be using a prior year ADA that's actually higher than your enrollment. So that's how you come up with the projected amount of funding based on ADA. I will say that one of the things that was outlined in the FCMAT audit is about how the district was, when it developed its budget, there were very aggressive assumptions on what enrollment was going to look like, projecting an increase in enrollment, which would give a false narrative of an increase in ADA. And then obviously some of the assumptions. So I believe we heard Ms. Palmer mention that these numbers are a little more conservative. That's just, I think, a better way to go in ensuring that we don't end up having to say, oh, our ADA is so much lower enrollment, oh my gosh, we have too much revenue expected, now we gotta cut it and make all these major adjustments. It's easier to add revenue and determine additional expenditures and say, oh, we gotta take some revenue away, now where are we gonna take those expenditures from?
So the next slide shows you the local funding formula funding breakdown. It's sorted by base, supplemental and concentration, and transportation. This first section is the additional that the state has kept flat. So the base is the unrestricted portion of the local control funding formula. The supplemental concentration, even though it's within the local control funding formula, it's kind of restricted. Restricted because it has the requirements of providing additional services for our students, for all those students who are earning these dollars, which are the low socioeconomic, English learners, and post youth. So basically, the third portion also, the 645,000 is also restricted to cost for transportation, the TAIG grant, and the TK add.
If I can just comment on the transportation part, which is part of the local control funding formula. When the local control funding formula was implemented, if you remember, nearly all the categorical programs went away. But in the discussions and Sacramento legislators trying to say, what can we keep, what should we not keep? They rolled in the funding for transportation. So if you're a school district that actually got specific transportation funding, the state said, okay, you can keep that. We're going to give you that same amount, but it hasn't increased in the 9 years that they roll it into the LCFF. So whatever you got 9 years ago, we're going to give you that same dollar amount. And so not all school districts had transportation money. So only those school districts that had it will continue to get it. The TIG is another grant that I think it's a teacher improvement incentive grant. Not all school districts had it. So if you had it, you would continue to get it at the same funding level, no increases whatsoever, and then the TK add-on. So not every school district gets these funds. If you had it before the LCFF implementation, then you continue to get it. However, they have yet to add any COLA to these resources.
And I think it's important also to remind that at least 31 million, most employees are funded, paid with base, including some of the special education because of the general fund contribution and all the maintenance employees because of the 3% that needs to be shared by 3% of all the general fund expenditures amount. Next, I'm going to show you the graphing of the student enrollment and average daily attendance trends. You can see starting with fiscal year 17-18 all the way to projection years 24-25 and 25-26. So up to 20 to 23, that's actual, but the next 3 years, 23, 24, 25, and 26, it's all projection. But you can see that every year there's been a decrease in enrollment. And the decreased number is on the third row. You can see the minus 93, minus 123, minus 162, minus 141, minus 121, minus 45, minus 64, and minus 63 for those 3 projection years. the ADA, you can see, and that is also in decline except for the COVID years, 19, 20, 21, 22, which we have the same number of ADA. And it's because of this state allowed school districts for floor funding, that's what they call it out. So they said, okay, we're gonna just allow you to claim the ADA that you have in 1920. So they allow 2021, 21, 22 years, so in the same ADA. And moving from there, then.
Question, yes. How realistic is, okay, we have a difference here in the 23, 24, you're seeing a 45 decrease, and in 24, 25, a 64 and 63. It's saying that we're being very conservative. When you have 3-digit declines the prior years, 4 years, are we saying that we're only gonna go down 45 students? Is that realistic? I only ask that because if we're budgeting based on something we have planned, and the last trends have included 3-digit figure declines, I would hate to like see something planned and with that. Does that make sense what I'm asking?
So I think that because of the district's goals and efforts in all the programs that are going on, after COVID, we believe that the enrollment will a level that will help us to maintain these numbers.
I think it's also important to note that if you look at the ones that were in triple digits were all during the pandemic. So 1920, I think is that one? Pandemic, Lucy, everyone was at home in March. Then 2021, we had all distance learning. 21, 22, we had the first year back, and then we have this year. And so looking at the trend in a lot of the protocols that have been set aside by the health department, we're all early, we're not required to do any of the COVID protocols, testing and some of that stuff. We believe that our decline enrollment will not be as substantial, as high. But obviously next year will be a real kind of a test to see what it's looking like.
The next slide is a pie that shows you the general fund unrestricted revenue. So you can see that most of it accounts for the local control funding formula funds. If we have 1% of state revenue, local revenue, we have some, very little, that does not account for not even 1% of the total unrestricted revenue. Federal revenue, we don't have any. So you can see that basically that's what we have for the unrestricted. It's the local control funding formula. And out of that, it's about 30 million, which is about 25% unrestricted. Then the next slide is the projected general unrestricted expenditures. So the salaries and benefits account for 81% of total expenditures, 4% for books and supplies, 15% for services and other operating expenditures, 0 for capital outlay, and 0 for other outcome. So basically 81% is the average and the district needs to have for salary benefits. So the district is operating a very, I would say, accurate.
I would just add, just as a note, this is the unrestricted part of the general fund. As a reminder, the general fund is broken up into 2 components, unrestricted and restricted. So this pie chart here is really specific to the unrestricted. And expenditure wise, it does not include the about $6.5, $6.8 million that has to be contributed to the restricted special education program and routine repair maintenance.
Okay. This next slide has the projected general fund revenue, unrestricted and restricted. So this is it. This is the total revenue for the general fund. Again, the local funding formula is close to 45 million, and it's about 85% of the total revenue for the general fund. And we have these other small ones. We have the federal, 2.6 million, other state, 2 million, and other local is close to 3 million. So I'd like to mention that the local is actually the special education revenue that we receive from SELPA. It's just considered local because it's coming from the SELPA, but it's actually state funding. In the next slide is the general fund expenditures, unrestricted and restricted. This is the total expenditures that the district is projecting. And you can see at the bottom, it has the list, the amount per major classification or major optical. For certificated is 17.5 million, classified 9.2 million, employee benefits 10.3 million, books and supplies 2.2, services 7.7, other outgo is 1.7. This amount is an amount that gets paid to the SELPA for tuition, for all the services that they provide to our students with special needs. Then we have the indirect costs, a negative number because that's, that the district charges to the categorical programs for the services that the district provides. And this other slide also has the expenditures again, but just the percentage. You can see that it's the same total expenditure for the general fund. It's just broken down by percentage. You can see that total salaries and benefits for the general fund is 70%. And books and supplies is 6%. Services and other operating expenditures is 19%. Our goal is the 4%, that's tuition, and indirect costs is a negative 1%. The next slide is the multi-year projections. This is what we have projected to be for the budget year 23-24 and the 2 out years. So in this slide, what you can see is that the district is planning on having a net increase in fund balance for every year. A positive increase for budget year is 4.1 million. For the 2 years is 2.5 and 1.4. So we are presenting a non-spending budget. So that's great news. And you can see also we have a healthy fund balance.
If I can make a comment on this, just so everyone clear on it. And this is just the unrestricted general fund, because the school district have not yet resolved negotiations. There is no salary increases identified within this current budget that's being presented today. I'm saying because we have not settled any of the negotiations, these dollar amounts do not represent any increases that will be given once settled. So once we settle negotiations, then those increase in costs will be added to obviously the expenditure section.
Both revised budget.
Thus decreasing the projected increase.
So,
it will impact,
the
it will
23,
impact.
24.
If you look at column C, where it says net increase, decrease, and fund balance, that's where you'll see the kind of the impact overall on revenue versus expenditures once that adjustment is made.
So this is the ending fund balance that we have developed. And as you can see, this is the detail of the fund balance. Includes the net increase of the beginning fund balance, is 15.7, that's the estimated beginning fund balance for next budget year. And then the 12 years, 9.9 and 22.3 million. And the second row is showing the positive net increase that we are projecting. In the balance, close to 20 million for the budget year, 23-24. Following years is almost 22.4 and 23.8, the last projection. Reserve for economic uncertainties is a 3% required reserve. It's a 3% based on the total expenditures of the general fund total. The following row is the non-spendable, that's a non-catchable amount. But that includes revolving fund, inventory, and prepaid expenditures. And then the following row, we have the additional 7% that was approved by the board. And the total is almost 3.4 million for budget year, 3.4 for the 24-25, and 3.4. It's a consistent close number. And that's because the change is because of the spending column in the special education increases that we have. So that's what the 3% is increasing also. And last, the committed is for the out years mitigation. And no assigned or available balances projected. Then we have these restricted general fund multi-year projections. This is just to show you here that in this report, we are not including all the one-time programs budget or the carryover because we still have in 2024, we have a lot of these programs we have budgeted. And because we haven't closed books, so we cannot budget in both years and it's not recommended to budget one time until you actually close books and you know for sure how much money you have carryover so that you can build the next budget for these months. So you can see a large ending fund balance for these restricted programs, but it's because of all the one-time dollars that we still have. The district still has available. Later in the first scenario, you'll see that scenario changed because we're gonna move all that into the expenditure.
And just if I can give an example, and the board members, they approved the $12.7 million contract for the HVAC upgrades district-wide. So about 7 million of that, close to that, is being paid out of ESSER 3 funds. So even though the project started, tail end of this school year, really the project will be really going as the school year begins and being paid out. So at the first year, you'll see an adjustment in specifically in this restricted multi-year here. We're really into 23-24. They'll be adding back in that dollar amount in expenditure for the HVAC upgrade. So even though you see maybe a minus 99,000, and then you'll see it go up to maybe $6-7 million because we do have that one-time money that we will be expending. And once again, as Ms. Barber said, we can't add it right now. Once we close all the books, get the final balance of what's left, and then we add those expenditures in for the next year.
What are our next steps? will be to continue to balance the budget, to bring to you for approval the LCAP and the budget report, to submit them to LACO and the CDE for their review and approval, and that should be not later than July 1st. And of course, to continue the full implementation and progress monitoring and to improve student enrollment and attendance. Those are the next steps. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you very much. Have any other questions? Support any questions?
I think this is a lot, but definitely look at what we need to do to improve student enrollment. Because the numbers are looking at it, looking at the historical trends. I mean, realistically, we started at about 3,000 and now we're at 3,500 back in 17, 18. And now we're looking at 2,800 with the 2,500, 88. Yeah, how we need to retain, how do we bring in new students? How do we retain the students we have? That's going to be big.
And I will note it's, the decline in enrollment is not a unique phenomenon for Pasadena Unified School District. This is across the state. It just look at birth rates alone, how they declined over the last several years. Nearly all school districts are being affected by this. However, with that said, we definitely need to be diligent in keeping our own students. See how we attract other students based on programs. And the biggest part, if you look at that ADA line item, it doesn't matter how many students we have enrolled here if they don't come to school. So it's a matter of making sure they are coming to school every day, getting them in here. Because, there's always Saturday school to make up the absence, but you're also affecting your absenteeism rate. So our primary goal is to get them here in school every day on the regular school day.
Board Member Barajas, please.
Yeah, let me first and foremost thank you and your team on this presentation. I know a lot goes into it. It's great to hear that you're positive. I think historically years back, we were just qualified for several years in a row. And it does bring me to my ears to hear that we, as projected as of now, we will not be deficit spending, if I heard that correctly, which is also another sign, because that's something that, of course, has plagued our district for many years. So thank you for that. I know negotiations are still going on. Hopefully, after that's concluded, we're still sitting on not deficit spending. Hopefully. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, moving right along, we'll go to public comments related to closed session items. This is the appropriate time in the agenda for those present to speak with regards to only closed session items on the agenda. Only topics specific to the actual closed session will be heard at this time. Topics which do not address closed session items will not be heard during this time and will be heard during the open session comments. The board has allotted a total of 20 minutes for public input on closed session items. If there are several speakers on a specific topic, at the president's request, the board may reduce the amount of time individuals may speak, requesting that comment be limited to the points not already addressed. Speakers may not reserve or grant any portion of their time to other people. Speakers are requested to maintain order, decorum, and not disrupt the meeting or use profanity when addressing the board. Pursuant to Senate Bill 1100, the board president may remove disruptive individuals from a board meeting so long as the individual is warned first by the presiding board member that their behavior is disrupting the meeting, and failure to cease such behavior may result in removal. If the behavior does not promptly cease, the individual may be removed. Okay? We have only one person speaking on closed session, and Ms. Sullivan.
Okay. Good afternoon. I wanted to first of all say thank you for joining us for checking out my health last board meeting. You wanted to make sure that I was safe, and I appreciate that. I have to give kudos where kudos are done. So good evening, community board. Good evening, good teachers of Pasadena Unified School District, because we are going in closed session discussing employees, unions, and I'm assuming you guys are gonna discuss behaviors, professionalism, and what that does to community, because it's not just salary. I doubt that's just it. So I'm gonna speak on the clown show, animal-like behavior, and yelling and fussing, trying to shut a community member like myself, and being interrupted throughout by Anthony Orozco. I don't know him. But he tried to silence me when I spoke about homosexuality being pushed into our children curriculum. And for that, you will be losing more children. A flag, I am involved with Gays Against Groomers. They're a grassroots organization that is now within a year in the United Kingdom. They were in Glendale. I missed that because I wasn't up to it going to them. So I'm gonna go ahead and bring them here so they would educate you, all of you, that the flag represents one thing. I am attracted to a person of my same sex. That's all it is. So if you like a doggy style, you need to make we can make a flag for that. We are in a school public system, and we have to teach our children curriculum. There is no place, and I will not be silenced. The community will not be silenced, because there's no reason a kindergartner, third grader, fourth grader, fifth grader needs to understand how to play with themselves with toys, which videos have been filtered through media. This is not say it's happening at the high school at a high rate. You guys can pretend it's not happening, but it's happening, and I'm not gonna be silenced. Now, your liaison, Rosa Madrigal Burgueños, solicited harm to come to me in social media. She wrote, I agree, but no, this is an employee. This is an employee. But the lady that spoke out at the last board meeting is judging. That's not right. Put her in her place. What place would you like me to be put in? Isn't this the same tactics used since Edgewood by the principals? Where is the accountability? Dr. Alvarez, I believe you. You said you were gonna write policies and you will never let things like that happen again. I'm wondering, where is that? Where is that behavior from employees towards parents, towards students? They can stump all they want and yell at me all they want. You are all confused about the rights of parents. We are not. There's some of us that know them. LCAP is very clear. You guys make a plan. I will talk about maybe outside later. Thank you.
Okay. That was the only one for closed session. We'll move on to public comments related to open session. The Board of Education welcomes input from the public in order to conduct district business in an orderly manner for the privacy and safety of the speakers and to help staff respond more directly. The board policies require that public presentations to the board comply with certain procedures, including speakers may address items that are within the subject jurisdiction of the board. When addressing the board, speakers are requested to state their name, address the board from the podium, and adhere to the applicable time limit of 3 minutes. The total time allotted for public input on either agenda or non-agenda items is 20 minutes. If there are several speakers on a specific topic, at the president's request, the board may reduce the amount of time individuals may speak, requesting that the comments be limited to the points not already addressed. Speakers may not grant any portion of their speaking time to someone else, and new speakers are requested to maintain order, decorum, and not disrupt the meeting or use profanity when addressing the board. Pursuant to Senate Bill 1100, the board president may remove an individual from a board meeting so long as the individual is warned first by the presiding board member that their behavior is disrupting the meeting, and failure to cease such behavior may result in removal. If the behavior does not comply, if the behavior does not promptly cease, the individual may be removed. Complaints should follow the district's complaint procedure before discussion with the board. We have 4 speakers for open session. Ms. Apollonia, you are listed first. Sullivan, I'm sorry, Ms. Sullivan.
I wrote in my notes, thank you, Jonas, again. I'll make sure to say it again. Good evening again, board and community. And the good teachers. I want to pose something to you. For the last 30 to 40 years, the public school system has done a science project on our children. Let's talk about Ebonics. How did that work? I was a thing, Ebonics. Black kids don't speak real English. They speak some slang or ghetto. So we're going to call it Ebonics. Participation trophy. You can be in a sport. You don't have to win or you don't have to achieve. We'll give you a trophy. Setting our children for failure. Okay? I'm giving you examples. No child left behind. That was another good one, huh? That's okay if your child cannot read. We'll just push them on. How is that working for our communities? Now we're on CRT, critical race theory, under the California Health Youth Act, or the queer theory. Okay, California became a sanctuary city for children from other states that could be kidnapped, and California will go ahead and transition them. Okay, that's what we're dealing with. We're also, in our city became one of the first sanctuary cities too. But we didn't see what that meant. The COVID, that went real well for our students, kicking them out of school for a whole year. When science now tells us they were not in danger and we could have done better. But okay, maybe you guys didn't know. That one I'll give to you. So, okay, so what's going now, the policies are changing to sexualize children because the state of California and the government and the president has put it upon himself to implement policies without considering parents or communities and their individual needs. This is going to go wrong, just like the other science projects done for the last 30 to 40 years, and you will be held accountable because you guys have to do everything in your power to protect those children, no matter what other people say. Anthony Orozco went insane and started yelling at me and telling me, and I'm being interrupted, but that's okay. I'm just a member of the community. That was disgusting to say the least. I am part of Gays Against Groomers. There's a fight among themselves to educate you. Lesbians and gays are fighting with the trans community, LTP and 2 and plus and whatever, because they've left them. There is no longer the right, civil rights to just live a happy life. Now it's for control and manipulation and to put that on our children's throats. We're not even talking adults. We're talking our children's throats, and we're supposed to not say anything about that? That's not gonna happen. I can't even speak about curriculum. I can't even speak about that because we have to speak about that first.
Next, we have Mr. Lee Squire.
I want to issue one point clear. That has to do with your closed session. It only, if I'm correct, it only had the case numbers. In general, does that require you to at least state what the case name is? Because if a person only has a case number, how can it really offer public comments? That was otherwise I would have spoken in closed session, but if I'm not mistaken, you only have case numbers. Lee Squire, City of Downey, retired Brea Financial Services Manager, accounting and auditing, municipal bonds expert, fraud examiner. President and board, residents, voters, and property taxpayers of La Puente. Subject, former superintendent fraudster Alex Rojas and Del Terra, Luis Rojas. Public officials engaging in fraud and dishonesty are subject to both criminal and civil prosecution. I noticed the civil lawsuit against Delterra. Where's the civil lawsuit against Alex Rojas? The people who have been defrauded in this community are the voters and the property taxpayers who funded the bonds, not the bond proceeds. That even includes you school board members. You school board members have a duty of loyalty to these property taxpayers who are paying these general obligation bonds. What is your intent on suing Alex Rojas similar to that of Delterra? Do not violate your fiduciary duties to this community because I will be back. I also asked at your May 9th meeting for a copy of the Delterra lawsuit with full case number. I also asked you for a copy of the bond transcripts. Nobody's responded to me yet in compliance with the CPRA, which is a 10-day notice period. I have sent an email request to examine the 2014 GO bonds and its related transcript. I'm still waiting. Finally, parents who exercise freedom of speech at school board meetings are not domestic terrorists, period. You're talking to the wrong generation. You're bringing my generation out, and finally, thank God. There are also criminal hearings on June 30, 2023 against Alex Rojas and Luis Rojas. And here is a copy of the flyer. The parents in this community and the people who've been defrauded have a right to this information. You should be keeping them up to date, at least through your attorney, on tracking the criminal proceedings. I leave this into the matter of the public record.
Thank you, Mr. Squire. Next, I call Ms. Yvette Fabiano.
Good evening, members of the board, Dr. Alvarez. I had a speech that I was gonna read out, but I'm not gonna read it because I am very disgusted with what's been said. I've never heard the school district discriminate any student, not a teacher, not a staff member. I've never heard it. Have them heard. I'm sorry. I'm upset. So I've never heard any of you guys discriminate a student because of his sexual preference. I've never heard that. I am a proud mother and I am proud of it. My name is Yvette Savignano. So if you guys,
Once you direct them.
you know, I'm saying it because I'm just tired of you guys always getting attacked for something that you guys don't do. And I don't like that. And especially what was said the last board meeting, I didn't like it. And then today as well, I don't like it. I've never heard you guys be discriminating anybody whatsoever.
No, it's not. It's not.
So I just wanted to say, I am sorry for that comment. I wish we had the students that were here last time to turn around and apologize to them, but unfortunately we can't. But I apologize for the comment that was made to you guys, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you, Sayala. Next I have Maggie No.
Good evening, as unified school district members, and buenas noches to all the community leaders that are here at this meeting today. I would like to talk about fiduciary responsibilities. And I'd like to read that a fiduciary duty is the highest standard of care. A person who has a fiduciary duty is called the fiduciary, and the person to whom or he owes a duty is typically referred to as a principal on the beneficiary. A fiduciary also is a person who holds a legal or ethical relationship of trust with more or other parties or person or group of persons. In other words, a fiduciary takes care of money or other assets for another board members. Administrators and managers are example of those who have fiduciary responsibilities or duties. There are 6 components of fiduciary duties, and they are duty of care, duty of loyalty, the duty of good faith, duty of confidentiality, duty of prudence, and duty of disclosure. This report demonstrates that there is sufficient evidence that the actions and activities of board members, Solano and former board member Ibarra and Delterra, owner, principal, Luis Rojas, are characteristics of individuals that may have failed in their fiduciary duties to the district
and to the people. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Snow. If it pleases the board, I would like to move to superintendent comments and board member comments before we go to closed session. You want to take that? So superintendent comments.
Thank you, Board President, members of the board. Just a few comments first. I just want to thank the entire staff, our certificated, classified, management, everyone on a great year for the school district. June 8th was the last day of the school year. The last week was with tons of promotions, whether it be kindergarten, 5th grade, 8th grade, and obviously our high school graduations at Nueva Vista and Bassett High School. It was a great way to end the school year with the high school graduation and the fireworks and the speeches from the students. So I just first wanted to start with thanking everybody who played a role in the education of our students this year. In addition to that, just wish them the best for those that are actually off for summer. Enjoy your summer, enjoy your time off, spend it with the loved ones. If you can travel, go for it. I think oftentimes we get so filled with our day-to-day life or work that we get so filled with our day-to-day life of work that we forget about our personal life and just being centered and happy and content. So just keep that in mind when you're off. Focus on yourself and your family and do fun stuff. And the students who survived another school year, congratulations to all of them. It's been, I was mentioning at the high school's a speech I made that this is probably the first full year where even though we started a little bit about COVID, we didn't have social distancing. We didn't have as much testing to do for COVID. And so we got a little bit of a resemblance of what this regular normal, I guess you call school year would look like. And so I just wanted to congratulate them on that. Congratulations to all our seniors who are going on to colleges and universities, Berkeley, UCLA, Long Beach, Cal Poly Pomona, and then selected universities. Congratulations to them all. I do want to make one kind of recognition, and I won't say students' name, but I was recently, or earlier in a couple months ago, Dr. Kennard informed me about a unique student at our Bassett High School who's been in this country maybe a year. She's an 11th grader. And she's doing great academically. She was recently accepted to the Carnegie Mellon University Summer Residential Program in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. It's a 4-week program. It's going to be focused on AI. It's an AI scholarship program. She wants to, I had an opportunity to talk to her. She wants to go into computer science. And this program at Carnegie Mellon, it usually takes about 750 students a year in the summer. And it's kind of a bridge of preparing them on what college life is going to be like, as well as obviously a couple of different areas of focus in the program. It is a 4-week program. It was a scholarship for her, fully paid for her room, dorms, and everything. So, we talk about, oftentimes we don't forget or we don't talk about or hear about the successes that are going on district-wide. And here's just one example of many, many students in the district that are being successful based on the support from classified, certificated, their teachers, the counselors at the high school. So I just wanted to kind of share one of many success stories that I kind of encountered towards the end of this year. And so just want to share that. Thank you.
Thank you. Board member Barajas?
Sure. Yeah, no, that's impressive, Dr. Alvarez. As you were speaking, I was just remembering what was I doing the summer of 11th grade. I was getting picked to school, and she's over there at Carnegie Mellon. Oh my goodness, that's amazing. And new to the country, English language learner, multilingual. That's just impressive. That just shows the grit of a lot of our kiddos here in our community. So congratulations to her for sure. I do want to thank. I want to start by thanking everyone to an extent. Dr. Alvarez, thank you for everything you do for our district and our team. Phenomenal. We're happy to have you in our district. Dr. Nina Kennard, thank you for everything you do in the Ed Services Department, the LCAP, and everything you do for all our kiddos here at the district as well. Barbara, you just presented our budgets, but before that, of course, all the interims and everything trying to make sure that we stay in the positive and the green. So thank you very much. Christina Lasco, thank you for everything you guys do, man. You guys, it's human resources. It's like the engine to an extent of the organization. Make sure everything is functioning well. I do want to thank our teachers as well for all the work they put into it, our classified staff, and also the board members. You know, it's a job that was unappreciated at times, and I think we all know that. But we signed up for it. So thank you, thank everyone, the kiddos, for doing what they have to do, and congratulate them, of course. Especially those who graduated, went to the high school graduation, and love those graduations. Love seeing the kiddos walking up the stand, getting their little cover, and you know, just celebrating with their family. Congratulations on our kiddos who promoted from kinder, 5th grade, and 8th grade to 9th grade. And yeah, thank you all for everything y'all do. Happy Father's Day to all the fathers. Father's Day is around the corner, and hope y'all have a great and restful summer. We still have another board meeting in a couple of weeks, so I'll see y'all in a few. See you at that.
Thank you. Board member Stanzioni?
I'd just like to say congratulations to our recent graduates. You are truly blessed and lucky and by the love and support of your families, your friends, your teachers and school staff. May the warmth and love continue to shine down on you through these days of adventure. Make good choices and be kind. Even in the face of struggle, opposition, and hate, be kind.
Thank you for the testimony. Board member Simonton?
Thank you, Madam President. I want to reiterate my congratulations to all the classes of 2023 throughout the district. It was great to attend. I think I actually went to all the sites by luck, be able to do that. So it was the Don Julian 8th grade, the Sunkist 5th grade, the Van Wyck 5th grade, Edgewood's 8th grade, Torch 8th grade, and then to the Mount Vista Backside School, the 4th grade, and then the adult school this week, which was really busy. Last week it was a great time just to, welcome our students into a new chapter of their lives, which was amazing. Ended my first school year, the half year that I've been here. So again, reiterating a big thank you to all of our staff, our classified staff, our administrative staff, our teachers, certificate staff in the classroom, outside the classroom, our executive staff up here, and our colleagues just for all the work we're doing. It's a lot, definitely. I'm learning to come to appreciate the totality, the awesomeness, the headache of it all. But it is good work that, yes, we did voluntarily take in. We're here for the students, and having that forever cognizant in our mind, I think is something that, we're moving into as we come through the summer, planning for next year. And the school year activities were beautiful. Really appreciated the opportunity to connect with the students, their families, some members of the school site teams. It's really great. I do want to give an extended appreciation to Assemblywoman Rubio's office just for her generosity with the Nova Vista graduation and the Bass High School Health Academy graduation. That's something that I do think we should appreciate. This first week, my 2 minutes up. And then it's the first week of summer school, so yes, for those who are still with us, good luck, and those who are not, who are going to summer, hopefully they do something that's good for the recess. Happy Pride Month. I think it's important to say that at this day and age, especially when there's a lot of rhetoric that come to attack members of a very vulnerable community. I think to an extent we all agree that people exist, but we have to know that we as a district, we do stand by our anti-discrimination policies and laws. We do stand by the commitment that all members of our district community belong here, and we're here to support each other. So I appreciate that that's a sentiment that this board as an institution that we have taken. And it's like, as our colleagues said, it's a hard job up here, but we're here to make sure that we're doing good work for our community. We're here out of care for one another and just always staying positive. I think us as leaders, it's important for us to always have that good approach and positivity to everything, to definitely reject the forces that are contrary to that, and just know and send a signal to all of our students, regardless of their background, that, we are a district community, like as we were drafting our mission statements, our values, that we're here to support you, regardless of your background, whether if it's a disability, a racial background, anything, whoever our children come to us, we accept them and we're here to support them. So that I also want to extend my appreciation just to you all at the end of the school year, just as I keep on learning, knowing that we've had enough school year to 2023, 2024. Will be 10 years since I graduated, so I'm looking forward to see how fast it has gone from since I was a student to now, and trying to make sure that we continue to get trends. I know we're seeing in the budget, we're seeing with the LCAP, there's a lot of progress, there's a lot of potential, so just hoping that we get to effectuate that and make it to fruition. So thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Smith. Next, we have Board Member Rivera. Good evening. I also like to congratulate all the graduates and the students that got promoted. And happy for all the students that are moving on and completed this year. I'm very happy for them. I also like to thank the administration for all the work they do, our student service for looking out for the kids. And I especially like to give a big thanks to our maintenance department and our custodians and the aides that helped in all the promotions. It's a very hard job to do, to set up chairs at every site that they have, and they all came through. And principals and everybody had the aides there helping, and they were there over their time, and I'd like to thank them. They did a marvelous job. And I also like to let everybody know that my child will no longer be attending the Bethesda Unified School District's schools. She has asked me to move her because she has been tired of being by Bethesda University teachers and staff. And she just decided that to leave her friends that she has been with. I promised myself a future. Students and friends that she has been with since TK. To now that she is going into a very important grade, 6th grade, into middle school. She would be leaving them because she couldn't take it anymore. And I wasn't going to leave her here anymore for her to take that harassment. I've been in this district for 30 years. All my students attended the school district. They are very successful and contributing citizens of their communities. Have all worked very hard. I had about 7 of them that came through here, plus the foster kids that were aged out and came to live with me. They all have careers, they all have families, and whatever they're doing, they're all happy. And they remember Bassett with very fondness, happiness, a happy time that they were here. And unfortunately, my last child won't be able to have those memories here. I don't know what happened. I don't know what we went wrong. But this district wasn't like that before.
With white people.
The adults,
Excuse me.
the adults have no business with the adults. They never included the children. They never brought the students in. There was never retaliation. And I could tell you that because I've witnessed it. And I used to get into arguments with teachers and all that. But at the end of the day, we all stuck together for the students. We all work together for the students, whether we agree or disagree. We stuck it out for them. And they all had, the students never knew we had arguments. The students never knew we had problems with each other. And now we can't even do that because I ask parents to come and talk to the principal or the teachers or the board, and they come in and say, no, they don't want their child retaliated. If you're a board member and your child is being harassed, imagine what they'll do to us. And it shouldn't be like that. We're a community. We're a small community. We should be having the best education and the best time for our students, a Brady Bunch education, a Brady Bunch childhood. That's what our students deserve, and that's what they should be getting. And we're not doing that for them. So this was her last year here. And then also, I can't understand how our own employees are inciting hatred through social media. I mean,
our own employees, when we should be bringing the community together and asking for help to come and work it out with them and, I don't know, talk to each other if they disagree. Ask them, why do you disagree? Ask them, why are you saying this? What happened? We don't know the other person's story. We just assume they're just talking out of their mouth just to talk, but we don't know where they're coming from. And we need to start asking ourselves and asking each other, what is your story? Why are you feeling this way? What happened to you? Not just letting it go, because we are gonna lose more students. We are gonna continue losing students. I already know of 3 families that are moving out, period. And they each have 2 kids, so that's another 2, 4, 6, plus mine, 7 kids that will be no longer here. And it should not, excuse me, and it should not be like that. We should be bringing students in. We should be giving them a Nordstrom service, the parents, so that we could come here. We have great programs. We have the Health Academy, the BASSET, the MESA program, the business, our GATE students are great. We have a lot of programs that they could do, and now we have the early college that we're competing with other schools, but yet we're still losing them. And let's work together and try to straighten this out, because it is ridiculous that we are losing students because they are being harassed. So I also like to wish everybody, all the fathers, a happy Father's Day. And I think it's somebody's birthday this week. And I'd like to wish Mr. Dr. Alvarez a happy birthday. Happy 29th.
Hello, everybody, good evening. I guess this is what happens when you're at the end, you just kind of repeat everybody's. But I also would like to congratulate all our students that graduated, promoted, and our students who are moving on to their next grade levels. And also to thank all our teachers, staff, maintenance, daycare, everybody who has made this year such a success. A lot of work also went into those promotions. I am really excited, and it was very nice to see in Nueva Vista. Thank you to all our board members that attended Nueva Vista. We had everyone in presence at the high school. It was really nice to see everybody there. And also we kind of divided and conquered, you know, you go to this one, I go to this one, and never not. It was really nice. And yes, Mr. McDonald, you were able to hit all of them. I had the honor of attending myself, for myself only. I did attend Sunkiss, the kindergarten and the 5th grade promotion, the George, Edgewood, Nueva Vista, and the Bassett High School. Something about Sunkiss, I'm sorry, when it was a bit emotional. The kindergartner came out and there was this song, and I have it recorded, this song, and I play it because when you hear the song, it's a beautiful day to be alive. The first thing that comes to my mind is innocence. Our children are innocent. They're innocent, and they live, they have minds that are just ready to be, you know, to grasp energy. They're sponges and things like that. And honestly, I would really like to see what can we do above and beyond to help them, to prepare them for their future. For many times, all of you have heard me talk about, let's work together, let's work together. And I was hearing this song and I'm thinking, why can't we work together for the benefit of our students? They deserve this. And hearing them, it's a beautiful day to be alive, and singing it. I'm not sure if I sent it out to some of the administrators, but it just really resonated with me. And I fully concur. Let's work together. They are our priority. They are the future. And I would like to see more. I also am looking forward to attending the adult school this Thursday. Their graduation is this Thursday, the 15th. Hoping we can all make it. Happy Father's Day to all of our families in the district. And happy early birthday, Dr. Alvarez. So, with that said, can I pass it? And see you at the next board meeting. Closed session.
Closed session.
At the next meeting. Now, we're looking, okay?
But yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna go to closed session. Can I get a motion to go to closed session? Moved by Board Member Stanfield, seconded by Board Member Rivera. Okay.
Oh, I know that.
Aye.
Motion to reconvene at 9:12. Okay. Well, can I throw myself off? I give myself off here. Okay, the board of action taken in closed session, board member Simonton?
In closed session, on motion by Mr. Rojas and seconded by Ms. Rivera, and a vote of 5 members approved and 0 members opposed, governing board took action to appoint Maritza Galvez as interim assistant principal at Bassett High School effective July 1st, 2023. In closed session, on motion by Ms. Rivera and seconded by Mr. Rojas, by a vote of 5 members approved and 0 members opposed, the governing board took action to appoint Cynthia Corral as assistant principal at Nova Vista High School effective July 13th, 2023. In closed session, on a motion by Mr. Rojas and seconded by Mr. Rooney, and a vote of 4 members and 1 member opposed, 0 members abstained. The governing board took action to approve worker compensation number ASCW-011-565 and ASCY-012615. Give compromise and release for a total amount of $120,000 for both claims combined and resolved all issued by a vote of 4 yeses. Ms. Dina Flores, Mr. Aaron Zindal, Mr. Armando Barajas, Ms. Patrice Sambioni, 1 no, Ms. Dolores Rivera.
Thank you, board member Simonton. Okay, we're gonna move on to, we have no written communications. So we were going to open the notice of public hearings. The first one is public hearing for the 23-24 local control and accountability plan, LCAP. Motion to open public hearing at 9:14.
I motion to open the hearing.
Motion by board member Barajas, second by board member Rivera, roll call vote.
Aye.
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 Aye. Okay, public hearing for the 23-24 local control and accountability plan is open. Do we have anybody from the public?
Yes.
Yes.
And I know how the subject of what I was spoken early is so important to the community. I'm going to ask with the LCAP and involvement with community, if the surveys that are being put in on the children are going to be shared with the parents, or is it going to be secret or private? And what are the children going to be surveyed about? About their sexuality, about their safe, how they feel safe, or things like that. And also, I don't see the parents, it's almost like they're separating the parents in the LCAP. And I know thank you, Dr. Pinar, for teaching me one thing when we started doing this LCAP and you took over, that it was very specific because they had to focus on the needs of the community that it served. And us being Hispanic and Christian, the majority of us, I feel as a community member, taxpayer, and kicked out of the district, parent, by staff, that we are not honoring our community. We are not honoring family. We are not honoring our religion. We are just not including, just not very inclusive on the LCAP plan for the 2023-2024 school year. And I'm sure that maybe we could actually retain parents if we show them some respect and cultural respect and appreciation. But I'm sure the board might not look at it that way, for their focus is totally a different thing. This is about the LCAP and what it looks like. So that's one thing that I really needed to bring up, that even though LCAP is very specific, educational code, that you must look at the community and its needs. They're not. If somebody can show me in the page where those issues are addressed, then I'd be okay. Tomorrow I plan to make a video and share in Spanish with the community and explaining to them what is missing and what the LCAP means to their children that come to this district. I can't reach those ones that already told me they're leaving, 3 in the high school. I told you, Ms. President, Madam, that we were not gonna have the number of students that you hope for because the staff and perhaps the teachers are not following the LCAP, even though it's adopted and administration is doing their job, due diligence. We have the problem of the teachers union not complying. So that has to be addressed because it would be selling a lie to the community. We can tell them what we hope for, but I do not see also on the LCAP what the teachers are bringing forth to the community and what other changes they're going to do to address them being mostly responsible for the children leaving the community. So that's what I have to say about the LCAP and the community needs. Thank you.
I'd like to ask the question, Dr. Kumar, are the surveys made available? Nothing, I don't know necessarily the results, but the surveys that are taken, are they vetted, are they looked at?
Share with
Parents, are parents made aware of the surveys?
Yes. And were the children right? I'm so sorry.
So are the surveys made available to the parents?
Yes, they do. And we send parent surveys home, and then we do share the California Healthy Kids survey as well.
Okay. The results? Results, okay. Thank you, Dr. Green. Anybody else? Is there anybody else wishing to comment? Okay. So motion to close the public hearing for the 23-24. Actually, let me take it back. And I forgot to ask this question when you did your presentation. Is there any way, and I know it's been tried before, it always seems to be hit and miss. I saw a lot of the meetings happen 9:30, 10 o'clock, things like that. Is there any way we could look at possibly doing like maybe even a 3:30, a 4 o'clock for the parents? We want to try and reach as many parent groups as possible. I mean, me myself, I'm not a parent, but I barely make it to a board meeting at 5:30, but anyway. Yes, can we look at, when we're looking at all this, can we do other meetings? And I know you've done coffee with the principal, because I attended some of those, and do a great job with that. But yeah, we could just look at that. So, okay.
So we had the educational partner meetings. We had them at 3:30 for a while, and then we did just recently change them to 5 o'clock, I believe it was, 5:30. So we did have them later in the evening at a request of some parents. They thought that hour would be more beneficial if they could come get off work and make it to the meeting at that time. So we have AM meetings, had coffee with the principals, and then early evening meetings throughout the year as well.
Thank you for that. Okay, if there are no more questions, I motion to close the public hearing for the 23-24 local control and accountability plan, LCAP, at 9:20. Any motion? So moved. Motion by Board Member Rivera.
Second.
Second by Board Member Stanton. Roll call.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Thank you, everybody. Moving on to the next one. Public hearing for the 23-24 Bassett Unified School District proposed budget. Can I get a motion to open at 9:21? Motion by Board Member Barajas, second by Board Member Stanzioni. Roll call.
Aye.
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 Aye. Any comment? 23-24 Bassett Unified School District proposed budget.
Yes, my name is Apollonia Sullivan, and I was reading at the proposed budget for the next school year. It says very clear here, the special education. It speaks that, I have to read it for you guys to understand what it says. The district is a member of the East San Gabriel Valley Educational Local Plan, SELPA. The proposed revision continues to increase special education rates in 887 reports as per ABA. Okay, special education is an area of financial uncertainty, and I really call my name. As the district continues to contract out a significant portion of services, the district must continue to develop programs and staffing levels that enable to operate special education program without the need to contract out services to non-school or non-public agencies in the future. Over time, the high concentration of special needs students and the services that the district must provide will erode, as means not good. It will erode the financial resources available to improve the regular instruction programs and learning environment for students. And I'm gonna go again with all the programs that the government has implemented, the state of California and the local president that we have for schools to comply with Title IX specifically, and inclusion of, and also teaching of sexuality to very young population. I don't see anywhere in the financial report that says how many children will be committing suicide and will no longer be students because of the sexual confusion that these programs and people like board members, Estancioni is pushing, and the community is already advocating, the RC Mental is also pushing that agenda. I don't see what are we gonna do when children need more care with mental and therapy, because there's a 500 increase of children turning all of a sudden gay at the 6th or 7th grade, which is unheard of. Typically for homosexuality, it's about 1% to 2% nationwide. It's right now at 500 by the end of the year. They're looking at that is gonna even surpass that. Well, is it something in the water or perhaps it's the curriculum? So it's in the fact, talking about the money that we're gonna have to make available for these children, some short therapies, medications, etc. I don't even know if we're covering their medications because the parents don't even have to know. Why are we not talking about it on the budget, and why is it not broken down if it's something that is happening? I find it preposterous to put money into a kindergarten or first grader to teach them what is a man or a woman, or that they're not. Like, I can tell that Dr. Alvarez is a male and Miko is a female, Dr. Canard is a female, Mr. Armando is a male, Stancioni, we're not sure. And Cimental, I don't know when you're gonna start your transition, sexual transition. But anyways, that's what I'm trying to say. That is not broken down and it's not being honorable and clear and transparent like it should be. We're continuing to talk like what's happening is not happening. Also, newcomers and Title 42, I think, the newcomers are gonna take resources that we are not ready to do. And I was told that we shouldn't have many newcomers coming to our district. The question is, why not? If we are a sanctuary city, and Los Angeles last week, I'm sorry, just turned themselves sanctuary city, expecting the overflux of unaccompanied minors that are coming to here. Why are we not talking about that and at least preparing for the ricochet that we're gonna have? Because in the high school, some of our students are used to interpret because some of the teachers don't speak Spanish and these children don't have the skills. So we find our kids are not even learning. So on top of it, they're being utilized as interpreters. Why are we not having that conversation if we're really gonna tell the community where the money is, and we're gonna find ourselves with LACO in another deficit that we just got out of? And as far as last month, I said they should at least receive 9% like Mr. Barajas did in his school districts per them. But looking at the budget, they're lucky that they're getting even paid because there is no money. There is not enough money with the 3% that we have to have reserved and not 7% to offer services. So those are my concerns, and I think concerns of the community that they need to understand when they go for services that they're gonna be turned away. We don't have it, or we have too many of that. where is the safety net for the communities that are being transitioned? Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other board comments? I'm sorry. Other comments?
Madam President,
Board Member Simonton?
thank you. I want to say that on the budget, I don't believe there is anything that really proposes the type of curriculum that a member of the public has talked about. I think it's responsible for us as leaders to call out the bigotry when it's said so clearly. I personally am very offended because I know there are many of my classmates who struggle with their sexuality and have killed themselves because people who are in the audience.
They will kill themselves, I
I'm
know.
sorry.
So it's very disturbing to know that there can be children in this community who may or may not be trans, may or may not be part of the LGBT community, may or may not be straight, maybe. But it's our responsibility as educators to support them and have a budget that makes sure that we have the services that offer the services. But I think it's more important for us as district leaders to call out the bigotry and the hatred and the preposterousness once it's said at the podium, because that translates into children killing themselves
I know, they do.
because of people who spread hate.
It's still open. You haven't closed it.
But it's.
But I'm being
it's
recognized at the
open, but
moment,
not
you're
to
being
have a
destructive at the
conversation.
moment.
I learned that from your staff.
No, because you are a grown woman and you have to take responsibility for your actions, just as we all do. And I think that this member of the public is continuing to be disruptive at the moment. We need to send a signal to our students that, of course, we are here to protect them, and, I think it's responsible for us to call out the false narrative, the disinformation when it happens, because that is not what's happening in our budget. And there are students who need our support, not only those who are a member of the LGBTQ community. And I only repeat that because it's the only identity group that keeps on repeatedly being spread here. But of course, there are other members of our community who still need our support. And I just think it needs to be said, because for too long, people have been given the space to spew whatever delusion is on their mind without being held accountable, vice versa. Accountability is a two-way street, and it gets uncomfortable for people, but that's why we are in positions of leadership.
I would like to
You
reply.
This is not conversational. You had
Does the
your
rule
rule.
say that I cannot?
This is not conversational.
So he
You
just
had
called
your-
me bigot. He
You had
just
your-
called me a bigot and we're gonna let it go
Point
like
of
that?
information, Madam President, I did not call any individual bigot. I said bigoted remarks were said. I did not call an
Oh,
individual.
bigoted remarks.
Are there any other comments?
I move to close the hearing.
I second that.
Okay. Motion to close the public hearing for the 23-24 Bassett Unified School District proposed budget at 9:30. Motion by Board Member Rivera, seconded by Board Member Barajas. Roll call vote?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Moving on to discussion action items. Approval of resolutions, as we've done in the past, I'd like to motion to do a sweeping motion here. Can I get a motion to approve resolution 52-23 and resolution 51-23?
Second.
Both resolutions.
Motion by Board Member Barajas, second by Board Member Rivera. Roll call vote?
Aye.
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 Sorry, on the consent calendar, since we recently approved two administrators, can we add them to the travel conference as well?
Do we need a motion on that?
Yes, I'd like to add them.
Do we finish this
I
last
thought we
motion
finished,
for
I'm
the
sorry.
resolutions?
Yeah, we finished the word,
Yeah, we
finished the
finished.
resolutions.
Okay, I move that we accept the newly appointed administrators to the conference schedule to attend the
Leadership symposium.
leadership symposium middle of July.
My second.
Roll call?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, moving along to the consent calendar. All matters listed under the consent calendar are considered by the board to be items that will be enacted by the board in one motion. There will be no discussion of these items prior to the time the board votes on the motion unless members of the board, staff, or public request specific items to be discussed and or removed from the consent calendar. With that said, can I get a motion to approve? Can I get a motion to approve the consent calendar with the modification that we are adding the 2 administrators to the travel conference?
I'll move to approve the consent calendar with modification.
Motion by Board Member Barajas, second by Board Member Rivera. Roll call vote.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Okay, adjournment. The next regular board meeting is scheduled for June 27th. Can I get a motion to adjourn the regular board meeting of June 13th at 9:33?
I move to adjourn the regular board meeting.
I second that motion.
Motion by Board Member Barajas, second by Board Member Stanzioni. Roll call vote.
Aye.
Aye. I adjourn the regular board meeting at 9:33. Good evening, everybody. Good night.